Hi guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Going live. Check. Gotta go check my volume here. Sound settings. Metal scraps. Metal scraps and charcoal. There, it's doing immediately now again too. What? No, it's something with. Oh, it was some stutter, some internet stutter. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe it's my internet. The hell was that? Oh, you dumped my loot again. You're so annoying. My bandages appear to be gone. Cloth fags and string. I don't know if I have any string left. I don't think I do. How do I make string? I can't remember. Why is crafting on M? Character B. I want. Oh no, I can't. No, I guess it's alright. Crafting is on M. Plant fiber. Okay, well, shift in space. There we go. Better bandages. Yep. Two points available. That one's pretty good. Double jump. Oh, here. That's worth doing. I can't reach that one, but I'll get it. There we go. Nice. Maybe I should bring the heals in case I run out of... Like, the heal channel, I seem to be getting a lot of those. So I'm going to go, like, 6. Huh. Okay. Well, good. I want to make better armor than this. Can you make make better armor than this? You need string and aerated banshee gel, and I haven't even found those. So no, we can't get better armor. Can he make better things? Where's the other guy? Where is the other guy? Oh, there he is. Legendary runes out of rooms. So I don't know what legendary runes are for, but okay, there's the scrappy axe. So that's oh, what the hell was that?
Is that it?
Wait, did she just fight somebody? Yes, I think she fought somebody who encroached on my base, and that's cool. Yeah, she's like fighting in there, huh? Ah. Blue provisional side times 2. Animal fur and strings got like... I don't know if it's better or what. Metal sheets, animal fur, resin, and aerated banshee shell. So we can't do that, but we can do this, which I guess is just going to take animal fur. I can make a better set with animal fur and string, which means killing animals and farming. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Oh well. No, please don't do that. I got like a lot of stone off that. Oh, nice. There was more plant fiber on that. Look, there was a lot of plant fiber in that plant for some reason. Huh. I didn't go up here yet. Lots of plant fiber, which is good. Oh, you can track it, can you? Okay, I don't want to track it, though. Need plant fiber, and what else was it? Gonna have to go to dinner soon. Or at least water the garden. I don't know what's happening today.
To be the hammer,
No! Oh, it was just stringer. God damn it.
Just get a bigger hammer.
Give me a pants. What? that's not gonna work, is it? It's not. It's not. It's got to be something else. Nope. I'm just gonna put it on 8. It's fine. This works. Okay, so I need more. Yeah, I can't loot with my thing without. Okay, now I should be able to make more string. Equip. What does that mean? Equip. Fur hood. Fur chest. Oh, I already have a fur chest, huh? Equip. This was the same set that I already had. Fur trousers, yeah. Chest. No, never mind. I already had the set, so we just go delete, I guess, which is so wasteful. Whatever, it's fine. I should have checked what I had. Yeah, I already had that set, so okay, whatever. So I'm gonna sleep the night away. Nice speed times 60. Wow. Now it's morning. Let's go. You can just sleep through the night. Fur patch and metal scraps. I like this game. It's got really good flow to it, like almost just as good as Once Human for different reasons. You know, it's kind of cool. It doesn't have like as much good quality life as Once Human, but it's a good game. Forgot that I can block with the axe. Where did they go? There they are. Old books. What was that sound? Oh, 3 archers. Yeah, I don't use food very often. I want to put it later on my bar. This is a scrappy axe that does 17 damage. No, this is a tool. And it's supposed to be for cutting trees. There we go. Only have one lockpick because I put my lockpicks away. Reminds me of Genshin or like Zelda. The knife stun into the fucking the axe chop is pretty strong. See if I can kill him. Combat's fun. Addictive. Oh, get out. Not used to switching these weapons like this. Ah. The game's giving me better, like, weapons control. And, like, discipline. Whoa. You overcommitted me again. I like this game more than Elden Ring. Why couldn't From Software do better? Executioner's Axe with 21 damage. But mine's still better. I can just recycle for the win. Oh, fucking sitting. Okay, so what else? I like that the weapons don't have durability because, boy, I've been using this weapon a lot. That looks very obvious. Oh, God. Ah! I see their little bars like a stun meter. I see. cool. I like their design. Why can't we get more terraforming like this? Like this, yeah, like this is better than 7 days or like, I don't know. Yeah, what else has terraforming? No Man's Sky, that's like better than No Man's Sky. How long does it last, though? Oh, 30 minutes, huh? Oh, those are worth using, huh? Okay. Plant fiber. I love this game. I can't stop playing it. It's got good pacing if you're not in the shroud. Who the fuck cares?
Autopilot engaged.
Oh, OBS is already running. Cancel. Oops. Yeah, we running.
Warping to start.
Did I lose a
Warp drive
video
active.
earlier? I don't think I did, but we'll just double check. You know, I think I've got a weird setting on display. I want to go to display real quick and then go back to sound. Display. I want you to remember Windows locations based on monitor connection. Minimize Windows when a monitor is disconnected. Make this my main display. Nope, I want that to be my main display. Remember. Yep. 2K. Okay. Now,
Approaching Stargate.
where am I? Wait, who is that? Oh, those are my two guys wandering around. They show you where they are. Oh, that's cool. I like that. So, but where am? Oh, I'm right by my base, like right by it. I'm okay. I thought I was like in really far somewhere, but no. This dungeon is awesome. I like blew through the wall right here, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I blew through the wall, and there's like a house up here. Cool. I picked the door. You know, Forrest said he went through this game like in duo with his friend. I love shooting those barrels, actually. It's like what I came to play video games for. Fucking chaos and a big hole in the terrain. That's why I play video games and shit like that. You know? Hells yeah. Anyways, Forrest was saying he like played like 50 hours of this game with his friend. It was very surprised, you know, like they played like for a whole week and like and the whole week it just kept getting better and bigger and deeper, and the combat system was actually truly good, and I think he's right. I was like, no, I think you're glazing this company that sponsors you, but no, he actually was being serious, and I think he's right. I think this was actually like, I think this was one of the better games released in 2024, but it just didn't get the recognition because it released like too early or whatever it was. I wish they had all just waited till 2026. Some of these early access games that we played, like Bellwright, Enshrouded, I think they would have done better if they just waited. They're going too early. The tech or something, or just maybe they I don't know. Maybe this was the right era to get in and get your investment. Maybe waiting is just never the right thing to do. I don't know.
Approaching Stargate.
What's up here? I like the exploration. There's a chest. It feels good. Forest Longbow. Maybe it's better than mine. No, mine's purple. It does 7 power, whatever that means. This thing has 10 power. But this is a 7. This 30 oak wood bow has a high rate of fire and conserves your energy at the expense of damage. It's an epic in the ammo comparison, the item info. Oh, a scrap arrow does 18 damage. This thing does 21. It is a better forest longbow. It's got whatever those symbols are. Oh, it's okay, so that's piercing damage. It's got 1 piercing damage, 1 shroud magic damage, 2 shroud magic damage, and 5% precise. So when we look at this thing, it's got
Jumping.
2 fire magic damage and 5% precise. So it is a better bow.
Warping to station.
Though it is, I don't know. I don't know. It's level 3. This thing's level 5. 5 and 7. 3 level 3, 7, epic 7. Man, I'm getting hungry. Well, I am out of time here, guys. I'm gonna go water the garden. I'm going to make a phone call. I'll be right quick. Well, I got to go out anyways. I've got to water the garden and shut things. 10 power, 7 power, 0.6 second draw speed, 1 second draw speed. So it's a slower draw speed. 15 stamina cost, plus 7% arrow speed. This thing has 20% arrow speed so it fires like faster. Damage is king. I'm going to switch out, which is kind of sad, and I'm just going to salvage it. But it is sort of sad because it's a really good bow for low levels. But I mean, stop asking until next time I open the inventory. It cannot be recovered. Yep. No, that's okay. I do want you to ask. And then let's test the action on the new bow. Draws faster, I think, actually. Oh, cool. The bows have different action? Awesome. That's going to be really cool. Alright, so I guess I'll teleport back and we'll just do this all again. I guess. I don't really know where I am. Oh, I guess I made it through to some place that I should go do. Yeah. There's some flame pillar or something over here that I should go do. I'll go do that real quick. I don't know. I can log here, but I think it'll take me back to my last base, which is kind of annoying. It is a sandbox. It resets like the entire game every time you log out or whatever. It's kind of insane.
Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled.
Flame
Waypoint
shrine.
reached.
Well, let's do this, but not now. So, maybe out in the world it'll let me stay there. Okay, we have a turn in here. Oops. Go out and go on to the next one. And I will stop this recording here. I'll be back here in like hour to 90 minutes, or maybe less, maybe 15 minutes if we're not doing family dinner. I'm not quite sure. I haven't talked to my family yet today, so, or I have, but not about this. So I don't know. I might be back faster. Might be 15 minutes. Might be an hour and a half, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I don't really know. So I love you guys. See you in a minute. Start recording. And here we go. Okay, how are we doing here? Twitch. Very good, very good. Ranking by views 410 click-through rate 7.7%, average view duration 3 seconds. First 2 days, 11 hours. Nice. Okay. Oh, I got a storyline mission. Anyways, I want to dump this fleet hanger in this item hanger. Hi guys, you guys are probably with me now, huh? Yep. So, hi guys, or well, should be going up here any second. I'm making some mushroom risotto and I'm going to drink some red wine. I'm going to play some video games and I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday night. Going to be a good day. I haven't eaten today, so I'm looking forward to my meal. You are turning in for some reason. Why? Elendoki. I'm gonna go stir my cooking dinner. I'll be right back. Mushroom risotto is gonna be so good. Mushroom risotto. I'm living the high life now. $4 Trader Foods or Trader Joe's. Fucking really good food. Fucking mushroom risotto, bitch. There's a Tengu Morgana Phoenix.
Autopilot
engaged. I missed her voice. It's good to turn it off once in a while, but you know, it is good. So here we go. We live. Yeah, we live. And my camera's good. I'm going to drop it down a little bit, but camera's good. There we go. Okay, let's go back on Enshrouded. I like Enshrouded. There we go. There we go. Panty shot. My eyes just go wonk. Immediately wonk. Something right with this picture. Vag. Something right with this picture.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, so going back to YouTube. I'm gonna drink some red wine. It's gonna be so fun. Mushroom risotto. 2 assassins. Who will get the death penalty? Final Fantasy Evilise first impressions from Mortismo. Jimmy Kimmel is back. The web of fake journalists manufacturing the right-wing worldview. Yep. I feel. Oh yeah, hey, Squid Tips. I like Squid Tips. He's fucking dope. Yeah, Squid Tips for the motherfucking win. I'm Antifa, combat veteran. Why you can't find Vikings in London? London History Show. Okay, fire it up. We're not completely done here, though. Yeah. Did we finish this one, or did we not?
The Pokemon Company International's...
Nope, we didn't finish this one, so... I think I might need arrows, and I guess I'll wake her up to go, or whatever. I'm gonna go find her. Where's the other people? They're, like, outside. I want you to make me a whole bunch of those. How's that? 500. Oh, yeah, that should be about right. 84 is too extra, but 500 is good. Oh, I like this game. Ooh, it's like raining right now. I wonder what time of day it is. Let's see. The sun is pretty high in the sky, so I'd say it's like either 11 or 1. I'm really not sure. Shift R is just like, yeah, what is Shift R? Shift R is, oh, okay, Shift R is the one I should be using. It is, and it'll never drop the stuff that I like. There we go. Burr, and crack this, and drop it. Nice. 50 mycelium.
Approaching Stargate.
Let's go fight with some tools in this place. The rain is awesome. Yeah, there's supposed to be cool weather events. Where's the smoke from? Oh, this huge bonfire is actually really cool. Oh, you can cook at the bonfire? Awesome. I guess I'll bandage and eat. Okay, let's do some fighting. Drinking and fighting around the world. Oh, remind me. Sorry guys, I gotta go stir my dinner. I'll be right back. Mushroom risotto. Mushroom risotto. Looking good. Looking real good.
Autopilot jumping.
Real good. Real good. Okay.
Warping to Stargate.
My
Warp
dinner
drive
is done
active.
cooking. Turn that off. Turn this on. I'm not usually here this early, which is good. My mother was feeling under the weather, so she went to bed a little bit early. And I am here playing some games. Oops.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, where the fuck were they from? Whoa. Where did you guys come from? I have an elixir buff that makes my damage way better. Oh, get cover. Oh, my pillow keeps dropping. So no. Ouch! Ah! What was that? Reminds me of Slipknot.
Autopilot jumping.
This is not what I wanted. I like looting in this game because it's like super fast, the fastest I've ever seen. Ah, why is there more? Ooh, chest. Apprentice wand, nice. It's an upgrade. Nice. I'll sit down. It's very quaint. Can I heal? No. Stand up. I think I'll turn the music off now because it's sort of like placeholder music, you know? It's good music, but it's sort of placeholder music.
Name in the press, saying they are insanely publicity shy and prefer to let the brand be the brand. Adding, second, many of their execs in the USA are on green cards. Even if I was still at the company, I wouldn't touch this, and I'm the most trigger-happy chief legal officer I've ever met. This will blow over in a couple of days, and they'll be happy to let it. Also, I'll say that article ended up getting community noted on X to clarify that it was the former chief legal officer who made those remarks, after a lot of people just appear to think that it was an official response response from the company. So that then brings us to this morning, where you had the Pokemon Company responding to the DHS campaign with a spokesperson there telling the Daily Beast that they were aware of the media was posted and adding, "Our company was not involved in the creation or distribution of this content, and permission was not granted for the use of our intellectual property." But very notably, the company declined to comment when asked if it intended to take legal action against the Trump administration. But as that plays out, it brings us to Theo Vaughn, who one was widely credited with helping Trump turn out young voters, but also two slammed DHS after it posted this video.
Heard you got deported, dude.
Autopilot jumping.
In that original clip of Theo, it was recorded back in January when a fan allegedly asked him to send a message to her boyfriend who couldn't come to his show because he had been deported, with that video being widely viewed as a joke. And so with this now government-released version, you had Theo Vaughn writing, "Yo, DHS, I didn't approve to be used in this. I know you know my address, so send a check, and please take this down, and please keep me out of your, quote, banger deportation videos. When it comes to immigration, my thoughts and heart are a lot more nuanced than this video allows. Bye." With Theo then also responding to another comment that applauded him for speaking up, saying, "It's crazy to me that they would think this is okay. What if
No, it
someone
isn't.
attacks me tomorrow because they think I'm some final boss of deportations or something?" Now also with
But
this,
you
while
are.
Theo didn't specifically
You're a
say what his views
fascist.
on immigration are and how they
You're the
differ
final
from Trump
boss of
administration's actions,
deportation.
you did have some pointing to
You
a comment
piece
that he
of
made on the
shit.
topic during an episode of his podcast back in June.
Obviously, there's a lot of deportations going on.
Why do you look like a
It's
fucking
sick when you
freak?
see like children
many
crying
drugs
and
are you
people being
on?
taken from their parents. It's heartbreaking. Anybody thinks that that's heartbreaking. Now, there's also in the country, there's, you have rules, you have laws, you have like, these are the rules, right? And some people are here, they're illegal. They're illegal by the letter of the law, technically. They're undocumented.
With Theo then going on to blame the Biden administration for letting a huge influx of illegal immigrants into the country and adding,
So, when Trump is he's heavy-handed. That's who he is, right? We've also had a broken system for a long time. So when the hammer starts to come down, or the guillotine as this is, it's not going to be comfortable.
Then you also had Theo going on to say that he believes undeniably that there should be amnesty or a pathway to citizenship for people who are productive citizens. But then also, in addition to that, in regards to the DHS video,
No,
you
he
had a
doesn't.
similar kind of debate playing out about whether or not it was fair use. And there, you also had some arguing that it wasn't a huge leap for the Trump administration to think that Theo Vaughn would be okay with them using him to promote their message, writing things like, "But you did, in fact, say what's in that video. And you did, in fact, endorse Trump, basically. And you did, in fact, attend his inauguration, even though his entire campaign was deport everyone, so spare us." Though again, you had others pushing back on that, saying that it was a joke and that people should be allowed to change their minds when it comes to supporting Trump and his policies, which also is something that Theo Vaughn has actually done on several fronts recently. But literally, as I was filming the show, DHS deleted the video of Vaughn from X. Now, notably, it's unclear why the clip was taken down, right? Theo and DHS, they both haven't said anything about it as of reporting, but it also appears that the Pokemon video is still up. Right, but with all that, whether it be the Pokemon stuff or the Theo Vaughn stuff, what are your thoughts and reactions here? But then next up in the news today, we need to talk about how the Dallas ICE field office got shot up this morning. And while this is all still developing,
Dallas ICE
According
got
to this,
shot
here's what we
up?
know. 3 people at the facility were hit. A tweet by local police confirmed that at least 1 victim had died on the scene and 2 others were taken to the hospital. And for a while, it was unclear if another died on the way or while there, because you had some outlets saying that 1 victim died and 2 were wounded, where others were saying it was a 2-1 split, and they cited a DHS spokesperson. However, you had everyone agreeing that the killer also made sure that they weren't captured and is no longer alive. The authorities are also saying it looks like it was a sniper-style attack, meaning that the shooter was a few hundred yards away. Also, as of recording this, we know very little about the shooter, but just as I was finishing up today's show for you, the authorities released his name and age. While this is still developing, you already have people online digging into his history, into his politics, which on that note, since it's so early on, we're going to wait for more information to come in, or we don't want to accidentally feed one narrative or another, especially when it was clear after Kirk's death that people were willing to just run or even make information up to support their claims. Right, considering that it was an attack on an ICE facility, you'd assume that obviously the shooting was anti-ICE in nature and that the victims were members of ICE. However, the initial reports from outlets are saying that all the victims were detainees. And you had the FBI itself kind of answering the confusion by saying,
"While we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack."
Also, at that same conference, you had the official adding,
What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
You then had FBI Director Kash Patel backing that up with a photo allegedly from a scene showing a stripper clip of large caliber bullets with one that says anti-ICE, with him also writing, "These despicable politically motivated attacks against law enforcement are not a one-off. It has to end, and the FBI and our partners will lead these investigative efforts to see to it that those who target our law enforcement are pursued and brought to the fullest extent of justice. Now, considering Patel's history of jumping the gun, you have a lot of people kind of doubting the photo was legit, but it at least lines up with what local agents are saying. Now, also at the news conference, you had Senator Ted Cruz pleading for political violence to stop. You also had Vice President J.D. Vance similarly calling for an end to violence towards law enforcement, writing the obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families. So there you had people noting that Vance's post was actually shortly after the attack, which some found to be an issue because at the time it was really unclear who was being targeted. Right, an ICE facility was shot, but detainees were the victims. And that it led to questions about how Vance could push a narrative when evidence at the time didn't seem conclusive in any direction. However, you've had Vance coming out swinging against people who have criticized him, such as replying to one with, "The gunman had anti-ICE messaging carved on the bullets he used. What precisely did I get wrong, dipshit?" And then with that, you had a number of people saying, it's entirely plausible that since the shots were from a few hundred yards away and the victims describing many shots being fired, accuracy might not have been the biggest concern and detainees weren't the intended targets. And actually, on that note, you had law enforcement saying that the shooter just fired indiscriminately into the building, indicating that there really wasn't much thought being put into who could be hit. Right, but all of this is, this is not an isolated incident in Texas. This is now the third time this year that an immigration facility has been targeted. Right, 2 others were hit back in July. And then you couple that with things like the assassinations of Melissa Hortman and Charlie Kirk, and it feels scary. And for now, where I'll leave this is, of course, we'll have to wait to see what else we learn. This is still a developing situation, but ultimately, that is where we are right now. Obviously, we have to keep our eyes on this because, again, to stress, this is a developing situation. We have to see what else we can learn, especially because, you always see conflicting reports and the immediate aftermath of something. But for now, of course, I would love to know your thoughts and reactions to not only what's happened, but the dissemination of information and the reactions afterwards. And then, there's more we've got to talk about in a minute. But first, let me say, you ever bite into a protein bar and you wonder if the wrapper would have tasted better? Well, that is why today's sponsor, Equip Foods, made the Prime Bar, the first ever grass-fed beef superfood bar. And they're just now restocked because, people actually want to eat 20 grams of pasture-raised protein from grass-fed beef and collagen. Zero whey, zero soy, zero weird fillers made in a mad scientist basement. Just honest, real food that fuels instead of fakes. And gut health, take care of it with colostrum, nature's complete food for recovery and immunity. Fats, you're talking grass-fed tallow and cocoa butter. Sweetness, dates and honey, translation, no sugar crash. And Equip backs it all up with transparency, like every ingredient tested for pesticides, heavy metals, and microplastics. I use Prime bars as road trip fuel, post-workout recovery, and when I just want a snack that doesn't hate me. And also, I'll say peanut butter lovers, they just dropped a new peanut butter Prime bar that somehow tastes like dessert and fuel at the same time. Clean, simple, delicious. The Prime bar, it just sets the bar. So hey, grab yours by scanning the QR code or go to equipfoods.com/Phil and use code Phil for 20% off your first order or 35% off your first subscription. But definitely don't wait. Prime bars, they
Mushroom
vanish faster than your
risotto.
Start Monday diet. But then next up today, let's talk about the Donald Trump broken escalator situation. Because when Trump arrived at the UN yesterday, he and the First Lady went to step on the escalator and boom, it froze. Of course, as back in the day, an escalator can't break it.
God did not want you to ride that escalator, fatty. Oh my God.
It just can become stairs. And so they just ended up walking up, though it outraged a lot of people, including Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who wrote, "If someone at the UN intentionally stopped the escalator as the President and First Lady were stepping on, they need to be fired and investigated immediately." They're then showing a screenshot from a UK newspaper claiming that UN staff members had previously joked about turning the escalator off on him and saying they ran out of money. With that said, reportedly right now, there's no evidence supporting that they actually did this. But still, Leavitt had more shit to talk about with this escalator, as well as the teleprompter glitch that Trump dealt with during his speech.
They're just trolling him now.
First it was the escalator, then it was the teleprompter, and then Katie Pavlich from Town Hall, who we offered a seat in the press pool to cover the president's historic speech today, noticed that the audio inside of the room was much lower and different for the president of the United States than the previous speaker. So when you put all of this together, it doesn't look like a coincidence to me. And I know that we have people, including the United States Secret Service, who are looking into this to try to get to the bottom of it. And if we
Melania's like, I'm not a loser. I ride the elevator.
find that these were you
The escalator, I mean.
and
Melania's
staffers
like, I'm not a loser.
who were purposely trying to trip up, literally.
She's like, can Donald even climb these stairs?
The
We'll find out.
President and the First Lady of the United States, well, there better be accountability for those people.
And Leavitt was not alone here, especially with the Fox News crowd.
They sabotage.
You guys got screwed by the escalator operator, and that's what's going to keep happening to you, you pieces of shit. It's your anti-gay thing. I guarantee that escalator. I guarantee that escalator operator is either black, female, or gay, or trans. And one of those 4 people you pissed off, so they shut down the escalator on your ass, and then they laughed about it at the bar afterwards. You fucking jackasses. That's what you deserve. You're bristling because the whole country's about to do this to you. Wait till the corpos do this to you. It'll be hilarious.
It could have hurt the first lady.
Yeah.
Trump would have.
I'm sorry, we couldn't afford Air Force One fuel anymore.
Would have gotten back up. I mean, this is an insurrection, and what we need to do.
This is an insurrection. It's an insurrection, and the escalator managers need to be fired for being gay and woke.
Is either leave the UN, or we need to bomb it. It is in New York.
We need to leave the UN, United Nations. Or bomb it, you worthless piece of fucking hairpiece shit. Suck my dick, you fucking violent right-wing conservative Republican cocksucker.
All right.
Yeah,
Could be some fallout there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. You're so quick to talk about dropping bombs on people, you fucking shithead.
We gas it.
No.
Let's not do
Don't
that.
gas it. Okay. But we need to destroy it. Maybe just can we demolish the building? No, this is absolutely unacceptable, and I hope they get to the bottom of it.
And even though he was seemingly kidding about bombing the UN building, those comments, they sparked backlash online. Right? People arguing they were worthy of resignation, that on any other network, hosts would get punished for saying something like that. Now, for his part, Trump... seemed annoyed, but not as angry as other people. He made kind of passive-aggressive remarks about the UN mishaps during his speech.
I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle, and then a teleprompter that didn't work.
So then on Drew's...
Yeah, I mean, if anybody, if everybody around you hates you, Trump, why would anything around you work?
Socially wrote that those events probably made the speech more interesting. And then as far as what actually happened, right, why did the escalator stop? Well, the UN, they looked into it, and in a knives-out plot twist, they found that the culprit may have actually been close to Trump's circle and acted in plain sight. Or with a statement pointing to a videographer who was filming the U.S. delegation because he got on the escalator right before Trump and Melania, and they explained a subsequent investigation, including a readout of the machine's central processing unit, indicated that the escalator had stopped after a built-in safety mechanism on the comb step was triggered at the top of the escalator. The safety mechanism is designed to prevent people or objects accidentally being caught and stuck in or pulled into the gearing. The videographer may have inadvertently triggered the safety function. And if you look at the video of the whole thing, you can see a videographer filming them. You can't see his feet or what he's stepping on, but walking backwards rather quickly. Right, and then as far as the teleprompter error, you had the UN telling CBS News that the White House was actually operating the prompter. And so for now, that is where we are, though apparently there's a Secret Service investigation that we get to look forward to. But then, next up in the news, I guess forget about a peace deal. Donald Trump is now saying that Ukraine can win the war, take back the territory it's lost, and maybe even get a little extra. After getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it is causing Russia, I think...
Oh, good! You're finally in the year 2022. Oh, good, Trump. You're only 3 years behind us. You finally realized that Ukraine is the victim. Oh, good, you worthless piece of shit cocksucker retard. Like, I mean, come on, man. It took you 3 years. Yeah. Ukraine is the victim, you piece of shit. Yeah.
Ukraine, with the support of the European Union.
You kept backing. Remember when you fought Zelensky with J.D. Vance? And it was kind of like a gay porn.
Is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original
was
form.
that?
Russia has been fighting aimlessly for 3.5 years, a war that should have taken a real military power less than a week to win. This is not distinguishing Russia. And adding, Ukraine would be able to take back their country in its original form, and who knows, maybe even go further than that. Putin and Russia are in big economic trouble, and this is the time for Ukraine to act. So one, I gotta say that the standout is the whole real military power thing. He essentially said Putin and Russia are bitch-made. Though, of course, two, the bigger and probably more important thing is This is a complete 180 from just a few weeks ago. Or with Trump rolling out the red carpet for Putin in Alaska, and Trump coming out of that meeting and saying that Ukraine would have to face reality and make a deal that involved giving up some of its territory. And so now it's not clear why Trump has apparently had this change of heart, how long it'll last, and what it really means. Or because there are signs that the Russian economy is starting to really feel it, but the situation on the ground, it remains fundamentally unchanged. And you've got people like a senior NATO military officer pointing out that Ukraine wasn't even able to gain ground when American aid to the country was at a peak. Plus, it's not like Trump's offering to bring back American military aid, though I will say, notably, he seemed to reaffirm his commitment to a relatively new arrangement that involved NATO members buying U.S.-made weapons on behalf of Ukraine. With Trump saying we will continue to supply weapons to NATO for NATO to do what they want with them. Right, and then with all that, you had a lot of people pointing to what was not in Trump's post, and that is any mention of diplomatic effort to end the war, leaving the world wondering if he's deciding to step away. And also, I'm saying a big thing with this is it seems like it's more than possible that Trump blindsided even his own administration.
Better here than there.
Just a short time after, you had Marco Rubio seeming to contradict Trump, saying that the war in Ukraine cannot end militarily and will end at the negotiating table. And that also is Rubio seemed to be at odds with Trump on the issue of Russian incursions into NATO airspace. And I mean, that's been an ongoing issue, but it's also really heated up in the past few weeks. Right, earlier this month, NATO forces shot down Russian drones that crossed into Poland, which Trump at the time suggested may have actually been a mistake. And then last week, Russian fighter jets flew over Estonian airspace for 12 minutes. And then on Monday, airports in Norway and Denmark were forced to close for several hours due to drone sightings. You had the Danish PM saying that Russian involvement couldn't be ruled out. Right, and then with all that, you had NATO issuing a statement yesterday saying that it would use all options to defend itself. With the Secretary General saying,
oh, good. The Republican Party has realized that Russia's been kind of shitty lately. They're not bad people. They've just been shitty. They've been shitty to Ukraine and us, and you know. And finally, Donald Trump entered 2022. You can tell he's about 3 years behind. We've been talking about this for 3 years on this 4-year stream or something, Ukraine, Russia. I remember my friend Pranik popped in 3 years ago and told me about Ukraine, Russia. Just insane. He's from Ukraine. And it, and it was 2022 was, oh God. Yeah. Jump through the Stargate. Go.
Warp drive active.
Things on. I don't like eating calm. I think it was why haven't you jumped? You're going to kill my ship. Please jump. You're so annoying. Where are we and what am I doing? Oh yeah, so I like this dungeon a lot. I've ran it a lot, and I don't even know if I've found everything here yet. Seems like there's stuff that I haven't seen. Like that. Is any of that loot? No. Elixir craze 718.
decision about whether to shoot down a Russian aircraft, it would just depend on the information, which is seemingly giving the green light. And then along with that, you had an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council on Monday that focused on this, and there you had the Polish foreign minister putting it even more bluntly, saying if another missile or aircraft enters our space without permission, deliberately or by mistake, and gets shot down and the wreckage falls on NATO territory, please don't come here to whine about it.
Okay, Sandwich. I'm gonna go like this. Hum, 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 hum. And if you get eaten, it's on you.
You have been warned. But then notably there, you
have been
Rubio
warned.
that NATO allies should not shoot down Russian planes unless they're attacking, but then only to have Trump say soon after that they should. Though I also have to add an asterisk to that, because when pressed by reporters to the extent of which you'd back up allies on this, you just had him saying it would depend on the circumstances. So then also a big thing to look at here is you had Trump meeting with Zelensky yesterday, and that meeting, it was described as constructive. And you had Zelensky responding to Trump's post that came afterwards saying,
This post of Trump, it's a big shift. It's a big shift. It's very positive.
but again, I say this every week, if not every show, words are words and actions are actions, and we're going to have to see what action actually happens. And that, I mean, on all fronts, though also in the form of increased economic pressure on Russia. Because with that, last week you had Trump publishing a letter accusing NATO member states of weakening its negotiating position by continuing to purchase Russian oil and gas. Where with Trump saying that the U.S. would impose major sanctions on Russia, but only after NATO countries had stopped these purchases. Now, a big thing there is that could be something that's a challenge for countries like Hungary and Slovakia, refusing to find alternative suppliers. But regardless, it's a point he brought up in his speech yesterday at the UN, and a speech where I will say he also admitted that he thought that ending the war would be much easier because of his relationship with Putin. And then, along with that, he claimed that the U.S. is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which he believes would stop the bloodshed very quickly, but only if European nations adopt the exact same measures. So you don't have to see where that leads, but so far we do know that the European Commission is working on a new tariff proposal in response to the pressure from Trump. And it also proposed a 19th package of sanctions against Russia just a few days ago. But in the meantime, the war is still raging on, and
You know what this game reminds me of? It reminds me of Dark Souls 1. The poison pools down there in the undead town, or not undead town, but like way, way deeper where there's like mosquitoes that shoot stuff at you and there's like big poison pools and stuff. That's what Enshrouded reminds me of, is like making big deep dives into a terribly poisonous, toxic place. And while you don't lose health, because Enshrouded is a lot better of a developer than From Software, sorry, whoever this company is better than From Software. But, like, you know, but back then you would lose health while you explored all this in Dark Souls 1. And it sucked. It did suck. It was like, it's not my fault I've been in this poison so long. That was your idea, not mine. You made me go through this poison. And it's like the developer punished you in Dark Souls 1 just for liking their game because they were like, you've been in the poison too long. And it's like, I get it, but I mean, you made me do that, though. I don't know where I go here. I don't think you can fast travel. Okay, so I want to go to that thing, wherever that is. Yeah, I want to go to this. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Oh, look, I can follow the wall. Look, I can follow the wall. I figured it out. I liked it, though. It was cool. Oh, what's down there? Man, it's gonna get way nastier later, huh? This place is not direct at all. I'm gonna get the elixir pool, or whatever it is, the elixir well, before I get the other thing, which is nuts. I'm going to open up staff just because I don't want a lot of these at once. I'm just going to keep going. I love this combat. I love it.
Autopilot engaged. Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I like the 3 gears on the camera. I actually think that's a brilliant design that a lot of other developers can't seem to get. Oh, look, that gave me like 5 minutes or something. Nice. That's good.
Approaching Stargate.
3:30. How are you missing every shot? That's so dumb. It's because they wrote missing into their fucking game. You want me to get to that thing, but I want to get to that thing. That thing. What was that? It's an archer somewhere. Where was the archer somewhere? There's the thing I need. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, I made it. I made it. I love this game. I love this game. Take me home, bitch. Take me home, country roads. No, I can't. I can't. I have to go actually find, like, the place in this place. That's okay, but first we should make...
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Don't have string. Well, that's okay.
We're only now learning more and more about some of the human rights violations that have taken place away from the battlefield. Right, just yesterday, you had the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine presenting findings that Russia has systematically tortured Ukrainian civilians in over 100 detention centers in every region of occupied territory, as well as dozens of regions inside the Russian Federation. And this report detailed abuses including mock execution, severe beatings and electric shocks, threats of death and violence to them or their loved ones, sexual violence, and the use of prolonged stress positions. Right, and the head of the mission said that her office has so far confirmed 36 deaths from torture, as well as poor conditions or lack of access to
Deaths
medical care.
from
But of course, it brings
torture.
us back where it always does, and that is words are words, actions are actions, and we're gonna have to see what happens next. But then finally today, I've got a congratulations and some comments. Starting with a congrats to Riley T, SeatGeek's latest weekly winner, who just scored $500 in tickets and is going to see Ariana Grande. For the rest of y'all, that's right. SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets weekly, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, you could be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. Just add code DeFranco to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize. No purchase necessary. And yesterday, y'all's comments really focused on the Tylenol Trump situation, as well as lesser so with Kimmel. But with that, I do want to start with Kimmel because there were a number of people that were kind of like torn between giving Disney credit and also saying, I don't know about them. I am personally on the I don't trust them at this moment. I'm waiting to see what they do next, though I am mainly thinking if they don't do more, I'm of the mindset of fuck Bob Iger. And again, I'm waiting to see how things continue to play out. Because I'm like, okay, yeah, Kimmel's back on the air, but I feel like Iger exposed himself as not being built for this moment if he doesn't do more from here. I mean, this country, it's become so filled with greedy fucks, cowardly fucks, and
Yep,
power
and
hunters,
middlemen.
levels of power, attention, and influence that I feel like the rest of us are just left hoping
And
hey,
harassers.
the stink that they'll actually stand up to an
Bad
aggressive, power-hungry
actors.
narcissist who wants to be, but also
Stalkers.
when you call
Fucking
him
stalkers.
authoritarian things. And I mean, you've got guys like Stephen A. Smith out here giving what I think he thinks are motivational speeches about shutting the fuck up to survive a Trump presidency, all while it really feels like the only reason Disney put Kimmel back on the air is because enough of you said, go fuck yourself, Bob, and started canceling Disney Plus and Hulu subscriptions right as they were announcing a price increase. And then also top of mind is, yeah, I want people with audiences to speak up more. And I was happy to see what I saw, but especially if they were one of these like self-proclaimed free speech warriors. Oh, you can't just say anything anymore, motherfuckers. But also at this time, I think it's more important than ever that if you're a small voice, a new voice, or you don't even have one yet, to speak up. You're actually freer, or at least can think of in a way that is freer than a lot of the people that I'm talking about. The people that are big in entertainment, whether it be social media space or mainstream, or the people that are at the top of these companies. Because we've got a world filled with haves that are scared of becoming the next have-not, and they're often more than willing to bend the knee and sell out your freedoms to pay for their yacht. They're not going to have a spine, and even if some of them do, the real power has to come from the groundswell of everyday people that shoots up. But that's my little mini rant there. And as far as the other comments, like I said, a lot of them, and it was the majority, were around Trump and Tylenol. Right? Some saying Phil skipped over the whole purpose of the Trump autism grift, saying that the government told people to stop using Tylenol and instead buy a product sold by Dr. Oz. There, I'd say Oz has reportedly sold his shares and resigned from his positions in the company selling that product. But also that company said it sold out its in-house brand of the product yesterday, so who knows? And either way, while it feels like everything has at least a sheen of grift, if not being a complete grift, I do want to look more into the treatments that are being talked about, because I have seen a number of doctors that I do respect saying there is something there, but more studies need to be done. Though again, that's a comment on the leucovorin aspect of this and not the Tylenol situation. But I think that also brings us to one of the core issues that a lot of people have, and that is, what about the data? If you're cherry picking studies and the results, or even just parts of the study and ignoring other things, even other concerns, that's not science. But then also in those comments, some of y'all were joking, saying chugging an entire bottle of Tylenol to level up my autism stat. The Larixo also added a follow-up reply. In all seriousness, this shit fucking sucks. This is basically the MMR vaccine scare, but with Tylenol. You also had some saying, as a man with autism, this is completely bonkers, saying my mother was allergic to Tylenol, so it was impossible for her to take it. The inmates are running the asylum. Right, and all of this, as many in the comments
Inmates
were
are running the
kind of
asylum.
blown away at, well, I'll just read the comment. The best part was Trump trying to pronounce acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen. Blah, blah, blah.
With Itachi adding, if Biden tripped over a word, it would be front page news. Trump and RFK simultaneously sound like they're having a stroke, and no one seems to care. And really with all this, I'm just kind of left wondering, what are the long and short-term impacts we're going to see with this? Would that be, what does a pregnant woman do moving forward when she has a fever while she's pregnant, which, like we talked about yesterday, that can be very concerning for the child. Right now that you have RFK Jr. and the president coming out and saying this. And then, of course, also all the other things that are being destroyed or touched on. What does that look like in 5, 10, 20 years. That, my friends, it brings us to the end of this video, though you have even more just a click away. We've got a brand new podcast with Ed Elson from Prof G Markets. It was a really, really interesting conversation around just the U.S. economy, the world's economy, and also just Gen Z. You can also have the newest Philip DeFranco show that you haven't seen yet right here. And I've even got links in the description for both of those on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube, or really wherever else you want to get filled in. Main thing, thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
In 2 different courtrooms in 2 different states, 2 men stand accused of intentional murder. One targeted a healthcare CEO in Manhattan, the other a conservative activist in Utah.
Look, they don't look that much different. Like the Republicrats.
But these cases aren't just about who pulled the trigger. They're about how far prosecutors can push the line on terrorism and capital punishment laws to achieve a death sentence. Both defendants could face the death penalty, but the paths that the prosecutors must take to reach that sentence involve different twists and turns. In New York, a state judge recently dismissed the terrorism counts against Luigi Mangione because the act wasn't broad enough to count as terrorism under state law. But in Mangione's federal case, prosecutors are seeking the death penalty because the DOJ framed his acts as terroristic in the broad sense that encompasses stalking. In Utah, prosecutors are alleging that when Tyler Robinson fired a single shot in a public setting, it created such a serious...
All of this is stalkers acting out, like from the shitty-ass butler guy to, like, this guy who killed Charlie Kirk. It's all stalkers acting out. It's just like my stream sniper. It's his weird shithead cocksucker worthless disease totally infecting other people to the point where they kill Charlie Kirk or stalk Donald Trump or like stalk fucking Luigi, or Luigi stalks like the health CEO. It's all stalker bullshit. You motherfuckers target other people and then you call us the crazy ones. You're the crazy shitheads.
Risk of harm to other people that it justifies an aggravated murder charge. The state's ability to meet the great risk threshold of aggravated murder could mean the difference between life in prison and the death penalty for Robinson. So let's break down the charges in both cases, examine the legal theories prosecutors must prove to get a death penalty sentence, and see if we can determine the most likely outcomes. On December 4th, 2024, the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, was assassinated outside a Midtown Manhattan hotel while attending an investor conference. His alleged killer, Luigi Mangione. The evidence seems conclusive. Surveillance video, DNA, physical evidence, and Mangione's own writings tie him to the crime. He's now facing 2 separate prosecutions. The state charged him with first-degree murder in furtherance of terrorism, second-degree murder as a crime of terrorism, simple second-degree murder, and additional counts of criminal possession of a weapon and possession of a forged instrument. Meanwhile, the U.S. Department of Justice indicted Mangione for the federal crimes of murder through use of a firearm, stalking, and a firearms offense. The feds have jurisdiction because Mangione allegedly traveled over state lines using an interstate bus line, stayed at a hostel that serves interstate customers, and used interstate electronic communications and the internet when he planned his attack and took a bus from Atlanta to New York City to carry it out. Now, if you think this sounds like double jeopardy, that is, he can't be prosecuted for the same crime twice, you'd be mostly incorrect. The state of New York and the federal government can both prosecute Mangione in separate cases for reasons we'll talk about in a little bit. But in a major development, on September 16th, 2025, Justice Gregory Caro of the New York Supreme Court ruled that the terrorism charges against Mangione must be dismissed. New York's terrorism statute, found in Penal Law Article 490, defines an act of terrorism as the underlying crime committed with the additional intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence government policy through intimidation or coercion, or affect government conduct through murder, assassination, or kidnapping. Passed after the 9/11 attacks, this law allows prosecutors to add terrorism charges to existing offenses, increasing the penalty. The terrorism counts against Mangione were controversial, and now the judge has thrown them out. Well, why? Because New York's terrorism statute requires proof that a defendant acted with the intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or influence government policy. This is a very high bar, and for good reason. The law is a response to what we think of as traditional terrorist attacks, things like 9/11, overseas embassy bombings, and the Oklahoma City attack. As a New York Court of Appeals warned in People v. Morales, if you apply the terrorism label too loosely, you risk trivializing it. Here, prosecutors pointed to Mangione's ideological writings as proof that he was trying to terrorize United Healthcare employees and the public. Mangione's writings include references to revolutionary anarchism and his fury at the health insurance industry, but the court wasn't buying it. Judge Caro said that a company's workforce is not a civilian population in the sense the statute contemplates. The legislative examples that prompted them to pass the law are indiscriminate acts that paralyze whole communities with fear, like bombings, mass shootings, and hijackings. Mangione's crime, however premeditated and grotesque, was the targeted killing of a single executive. Even his own notebooks stress spreading a message and winning public support, not threatening civilians into submission. The judge drew a sharp line between ideology and terroristic intent. Quote, "While there is no doubt that the crime at issue here is not ordinary street crime, it does not follow that all non-street crimes were meant to be included within the reach of the terrorism statute. While the people place great emphasis on defendant's ideological motive, there is no indication in the statute that a murder committed for ideological reasons, in this case the defendant's apparent desire to draw attention to what he perceived as inequities or greed within the American healthcare system, fits within the definition of terrorism without establishing the necessary element of an intent to intimidate or coerce. The court agrees with the defendant that the people appear to conflate an ideological belief with the intent to intimidate or coerce the civilian population. While the civilian was clearly expressing an animus towards UHC and the healthcare industry generally, it does not follow that his goal was to intimidate and coerce the civilian population, and indeed, there was no evidence presented of such a goal. Plenty of crimes are driven by ideology, but the terrorism statute requires a conscious objective to intimidate the civilian population or change government policy through violence. That element was missing here. Judge Caro said, quote, "The people suggest that the element of intimidation and coercion can be met because some UHC employees felt fearful after the murder and some UHC employees received threats. But putting aside that some employees received threats even before the murder, one so serious that investigators traveled to another state to investigate, and every murder has the potential to induce some degree of fear. For example, a random murder in the subway will cause riders to feel fearful about riding the subway. That fails to establish that this was the defendant's intent, or that the conduct fits within the statutory definition of terrorism." For comparison, the ruling points to the People v. Morales case, where gang gunfire killed a 10-year-old at a Bronx christening. The prosecution
Yeah, I
said
remember
that it was
that.
terrorism
I don't
because it
remember it, but
scared
I remember
rival
Law and
gangs.
Order.
The New York Court of Appeals rejected that comparison, holding that the phrase civilian population means something broader. It includes neighborhoods, cities, and nations rather than small subsets of people like gang members or, in this case, insurance employees. By that same reasoning, Mangioni's actions, though horrific, fell outside the terrorism statute. The judge dismissed the terrorism counts as legally insufficient, leaving intact the intentional murder and weapons charges. Now, to be clear, Judge Carroll's ruling does not suddenly take the death penalty off the table. New York State hasn't had the death penalty since 2004. Conviction for a terrorism charge could have resulted in a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Now Mangioni's most serious possible sentence for murder in the second degree is life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Meanwhile, in the federal case, prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. Mangioni was indicted for murder through use of a firearm, which can carry the death penalty. Attorney General Pam Bondi contends that the killing was carefully planned and that it was executed in a public place, which raised the risk of harm to bystanders. These are all aggravating factors that weigh in favor of capital punishment. Bondi frames the killing as not just a homicide, but as political violence motivated by Mangioni's alleged ideological opposition to the health insurance industry. Mangioni's defense attorneys filed several motions asking the federal judge to preclude the government from seeking the death penalty in the federal case, arguing that Bondi's public directive was, quote, political, arbitrary, and capricious, and that it violated DOJ procedure. The defense argues that Bondi made her public announcement about the death penalty even before Mangioni was formally indicted. They say these comments may have improperly influenced public perception, making it hard for him to get a fair trial. And this highlights the double jeopardy issue. Many people have asked why Mangioni is facing murder charges in both state and federal court. Isn't that what double jeopardy prevents? Well, not exactly. The idea behind double jeopardy is to protect individuals from being retried for the same offense after they've already been acquitted or convicted. It also prevents the government from using its vast resources to repeatedly prosecute someone in the hopes of getting a different result. So double jeopardy generally prevents retrial even if new evidence emerges after a trial that suggests a person should have been convicted. However, there are exceptions to the double jeopardy rule. The one that applies here is known as dual sovereignty, and it means that if someone commits a crime that violates both state law and federal law, they can face prosecution under each system without violating the double jeopardy clause. On its face, it may seem unfair that a person could be acquitted of murder in one court but convicted by another. But the concept of dual sovereignty, the ability for the federal government to prosecute regardless of what happens in state court, became hugely important during the civil rights movement. In the Jim Crow South, prosecutors commonly refused to charge, and all-white juries commonly refused to convict defendants who murdered or brutalized black citizens and civil rights workers. The infamous 1955 acquittal of Emmett Till's killers is one example. The state trial was a sham, but without a federal hate crime statute or any other kind of jurisdictional hook, the DOJ was powerless. But there were some cases starting in the 1960s where the Department of Justice had the will and the way. The most famous example is the Mississippi burning case of 1964. After 3 civil rights workers, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, were murdered by the Klan, Mississippi refused to prosecute. The DOJ brought charges under federal civil rights laws, And after intervention by the U.S. Supreme Court, the federal government ultimately obtained convictions on 8 of the 18 defendants. So while dual sovereignty might sound like a loophole for prosecutors to get a second shot at conviction, historically it has been a lifeline in certain cases. There's another reason for both state and federal charges: to secure the death penalty. This famously happened with Terry Nichols, Timothy McVeigh's co-conspirator in the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995. Nichols was first prosecuted by the feds and convicted of a capital crime, but the jury deadlocked on whether to give the death penalty, ultimately resulting in a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. The state of Oklahoma then charged Nichols with capital murder in order to secure a death sentence. But after finding Nichols guilty of 161 murder counts, that jury also deadlocked on the death penalty. But some critics argue that the dual sovereignty doctrine waters down the double jeopardy protections. New York State is one of the only states that has its own unique law addressing this. Under CPL Section 4020, if you've already been prosecuted in another jurisdiction for the same act or criminal transaction, New York State generally cannot prosecute you again. That means if you're tried federally or even in another state, New York usually bars its prosecutors from taking a second swing. New York gives criminal defendants more protection than the baseline. But the New York statute only kicks in once jeopardy is attached, and that means a conviction, acquittal, or the jury has been sworn in another jurisdiction. At the moment, Mangione hasn't been tried federally. The DOJ's case may take years to get to trial. That means New York's case isn't barred yet. Because a federal trial hasn't begun, the defense's double jeopardy motion is premature. So what does this mean for Mangione? In practice, he'll face trial in state court first for intentional murder and weapons charges now that the terrorism counts are gone. Even if he's convicted in New York, the federal case can still go forward because federal prosecutors are not bound by the New York rule. Is Mangione going to get the death penalty in federal court? I mean, no one can predict the future. But I think federal prosecutors face an uphill battle. There's very little about this case that differentiates it from any other premeditated murder. And Mangione otherwise apparently has a clean criminal history. Pam Bondi's characterization of it as political violence may be factually true to some extent, but I wouldn't expect that characterization to have much impact on a jury pulled from the Southern District of New York. 2 Oklahoma juries deadlocked on the death penalty for Terry Nichols after the horrendous Oklahoma City bombing. Is a jury from the Southern District of New York really going to give the death penalty for the murder of a single man? Mangione's case shows what can happen when prosecutors push the boundaries of a state terrorism law beyond what it was meant to cover. Meanwhile, over in Utah, Robinson's case tests the statutory definition of aggravated murder.
Now, you just saw how labels like terrorism change everything in court, but the same thing happens in the news. Stories use the same facts, but put them in different frames. But it's particularly interesting to see how the media is covering the Mangione case. Over 450 sources covered it, with 28% of the reporting coming from the left, 25% coming from the right, and 47% from the center. And when you examine the headlines, you see some very different frames emerge. Left-leaning sources focus on the judge finding insufficient evidence of terrorism, but headlines on the right interpret the judge's ruling as endorsing political violence and letting a cold-blooded killer skate. Meanwhile, in the center, sources focused on what charges remain, noting that Mangione still faces second-degree murder charges in New York. Now, the headlines that you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news, and that's why we like to see the news from as many angles as we can with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now, they're offering Legal Eaglets 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. You can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get a discount for a limited time. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And one of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources you've never heard of, where there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. Like the recent story about Tucker Carlson's eulogy for Charlie Kirk. During a memorial service for Kirk, Carlson said back in the day, Jesus was murdered by, quote, a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus. And Carlson's comments were criticized by Trump's first ambassador to Israel, who said, quote, anti-Semitic innuendo and cackling like a chicken are never appropriate. Now, that story is being heavily covered by right-leaning sources who accuse Carlson of using anti-Semitic dog whistles, with 61% of the sources leaning right, while only 22% of the sources are on the left. So if you only get your news from one side, you might have missed that backlash. But by showing you what's covered and what's not, Ground News makes it easier to find common ground with people who don't share your politics. But all this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a Legal Eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and Blind Spot feed. By subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. So click on the link below or scan the code today, or I'll see you in court.
On September 10th, 2025, at approximately 12:23 p.m., Charlie Kirk was shot and killed while speaking at an outdoor event at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. After the shooting, law enforcement located a bolt-action .30-06 rifle near the campus. Surveillance footage showed a person dressed in dark clothing climbing onto a roof near the event plaza, dropping onto a rooftop, assuming a prone position, and then moving towards the shooting location. That subject later fled the roof carrying what appeared to be a rifle. Investigators recovered the rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area off campus. Forensic analysis revealed DNA consistent with Robinson on the rifle trigger, one fired casing, two of the unfired casings, and the towel. Robinson apparently confessed to his family and surrendered to law enforcement on the evening of September 11th, 2025. According to investigators, text messages and a handwritten note were recovered. The note, found by Robinson's roommate under a keyboard, stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Subsequent text exchanges between Robinson and his roommate included admissions that Robinson was responsible for the shooting and referenced his plans involving the rifle, his belief that he had planned to keep it secret, and instructions to the roommate to delete messages and avoid speaking with police. Children under the age of 14 were present at the event and could have seen or heard the shooting. And keep this in mind because it's an essential fact to the prosecution's legal theory. Robinson is charged with 7 counts, most significantly with aggravated murder in violation of Utah Code Section 76-5202. The state alleges that Robinson intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Charlie Kirk, and that in doing so, he, quote, knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than Charlie Kirk and the defendant. Aggravated murder is a capital crime, meaning the death penalty is a possible punishment. The murder charge includes a victim targeting enhancement that Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Robinson's belief or perception regarding Kirk's political expression. It's also alleged that, as to count 1, the shooting allegedly occurred in the presence of a child under 14 who saw or heard the homicide. This is also an aggravating factor. Robinson was also charged with felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury with the same enhancements. Finally, he was charged with tampering with a witness for telling his roommate to delete incriminating text messages and not to talk to police, and for several counts of obstruction of justice for hiding the weapon and destroying his clothing. The most serious charge is aggravated murder, and it's the only capital crime in the state of Utah, meaning it's punishable by the death penalty. Under Utah law, aggravated murder is a form of criminal homicide defined in Utah Code Section 76-5202. To convict under that statute, the state must first prove that the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused the death of another person. But premeditation or lying in wait isn't sufficient to turn murder into aggravated murder. Prosecutors must also prove one or more aggravating circumstances described in Section 76-5202 Sub 2. Utah statute identifies multiple alternative aggravating circumstances. Robinson is charged with just one, quote, knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than the deceased individual and the actor. Even a single homicide can qualify as aggravated murder and thus eligible for the death penalty if the killing puts another person at significant risk of death, not just the intended victim. He shot at Kirk from 160 yards away while Kirk was in a huge crowd. That puts other people at risk of death, right? I mean, it seems fairly obvious. But when you dig a little deeper, it's more complicated. Robinson's defense attorneys are probably going to argue that Robinson took a single, well-aimed shot that hit his intended target. And while there may be some possible or hypothetical risks to people around Kirk, it was not a great risk as that term is legally defined. To prove a great risk, the prosecutors must show 4 factors. First, knowledge, that Robinson was aware or should have been aware of the risk his conduct would create. Second, that his act created a great risk of death, meaning that the risk is significant, not merely speculative. Third, that the risk must have been posed to a person other than the homicide victim or the defendant themselves. And fourth, there has to be a sufficient nexus between the defendant's conduct and the risk. To judge whether Robinson has a defense, we have to look at the Utah Supreme Court's 2019 decision interpreting the statute. In State v. Sosa Hurtado, the court affirmed the aggravated murder conviction of Yelfris Sosa Hurtado for killing Steven Chavez at a single-room smoke shop in Salt Lake City. Steven was standing behind one counter and his father, Isabel, was standing behind another. Sosa Hurtado shot at Isabel, but missed, shattering a glass case that hurled glass and wood into Isabel's leg. Sosa Hurtado turned and, with his back to Isabel, shot and killed Steven. The court clarified that a third party does not have to literally be in the path of the deadly act. Utah recognizes that the risk can be somewhat indirect, as long as risk was foreseeable and proximate in time and space. The court said, quote, the knowing risk was created most obviously when Sosa Hurtado fired his assault rifle directly at Isabel, and that the jury could have reasonably concluded that such a shot was an element of the circumstances of the murder of Steven. The court pointed out that there was temporal and spatial proximity and an actual threat against Isabel, as Sosa Hurtado fired at Isabel seconds before he shot at Stephen. He shot at Stephen when Isabel was close by, and there was both an intent to harm or kill Isabel and an act specifically directed at Isabel. Ultimately, the court concluded that Isabel was in the zone of danger when Sosa Hurtado killed Stephen, and thus his actions constituted aggravated murder. The facts of Sosa Hurtado are instructive, and they're quite a bit different than what we have in the murder of Charlie Kirk, where a person fired a single shot in a public area where thousands of people were gathered to hear Kirk speak. The first question that we have to ask is, what about the gun? Obviously, Robinson took a gun and fired it into a crowded public area. Well, Robinson can argue that the mere use of a firearm in a public setting cannot satisfy the great risk requirement. Firearms are inherently dangerous, but if every gun homicide automatically created a great risk of death to others, then virtually every intentional shooting would qualify as aggravated murder. That interpretation arguably collapses the statutory distinction between ordinary murder and aggravated murder. Utah courts avoid such overbreadth by requiring more than the mere possibility of risk. Sosa Hurtado said that the risk must be more than just speculative. Here, the state has not alleged that bystanders were literally in the line of fire, that stray bullets struck near others, or that Robinson fired indiscriminately into a crowd. He wasn't a spree killer. He had his sights set on one man. A shooter like Sosa Hurtado, who fires into a room with multiple people, knows or should know that others might get hit. But courts will look closely at whether there was a likelihood or high probability of great risk of death, not just its possibility. There is a legitimate risk that someone other than Kirk could have been killed, but the defense and prosecution will have vastly different ideas about whether the risk was remote or real. Spatial and temporal proximity to bystanders matter. If the bystanders were too far away, or there was no realistic risk that the shot would affect them, that weakens the case for great risk. Sosa Hurtado underscores that proximity in space and time can affect whether the risk was sufficiently grave and foreseeable. Robinson was allegedly on the roof with a scoped rifle. He's going to argue that no bystanders were in the direct line of fire, and he took a single well-aimed shot at his target. No stray bullets struck property or individuals. Could someone have been hurt if the bullet ricocheted or fragmented? Of course. But Robinson's lawyers will say you can't convict someone of aggravated murder because of what might have happened or because guns are inherently dangerous. He knew what he was doing, targeting Kirk only. And by targeting Kirk, he intended not to shoot anyone else. Prosecutors will say it doesn't matter that no one else was actually injured or that he was allegedly a good shot because Robinson knowingly created a great risk. Once the bullet leaves the rifle, he is no longer in control of what that bullet does or who it strikes. The charging instrument lays out the groundwork for this. Quote, Mr. Kirk's team members were very close to him on his left and right, as well as some behind his canopy and others at various close locations near him. The large crowd surrounded Mr. Kirk on three sides. Temporary metal fencing separated attendees from Mr. Kirk by only a matter of feet. Directly above and behind Mr. Kirk was the UVU Hall of Flags, an indoor walkway spanning several hundred feet with floor-to-ceiling glass windows, which overlooked the plaza where Mr. Kirk was seated. People were in the walkway at the time of the shooting. Prosecutors also allege that Robinson, quote, passed closely to several other individuals beside Mr. Kirk, including the questioner who was standing directly in front of Mr. Kirk. So is Robinson going to get the death penalty? I'd say it's more likely than Mangione. He is, after all, in Utah, not the Southern District of New York. His hopes probably lie more with the appellate courts overturning a sentence of death. So what happens next? In New York, Mangione's state case moves forward on intentional murder and weapons charges, but keep an eye on Attorney General Bondi's push for the death penalty in federal court. Although the DOJ usually lets the state go first, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that DOJ will jump the line, and that means the New York case gets dismissed under New York's unique double jeopardy statute. In Utah, the Robinson case has much further to go. Prosecutors still have to prove that a single shot created the kind of great risk that makes the murder a capital crime. The defense will file many motions to avoid the death penalty. My best guess is that the court will allow him to be tried for aggravated murder, a Utah jury will convict him and sentence him to death, and then the issue will be tested through the appellate courts. Whatever you think of the victims and the perpetrators in these cases, let's be clear.
Okay, it's been a good session of Enshrouded. I got pretty far here. I want to quit here. we're gonna play some Overwatch here for a couple of hours. Yeah, I'm gonna play some Overwatch. That'll be fun.
Murder
BRB, I
is
gotta
not
pee.
politics, and violence has no role in day-to-day life in our society. This is why our justice system exists and why the rule of law must always be strengthened and protected.
And our justice system also exists to help the little guy when you've been injured. And if that's you, I know a good lawyer. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here. This time bringing you some first impressions for Final Fantasy Tactics, the Evilise.
Oh, I'm gonna buy this, I think.
An upcoming remake, of course, of Final Fantasy Tactics, a 1997 release that is one of the more important RPGs out there. But before we dive into all that, I'm able to bring you this video because Square Enix reached out to offer me a review key for this title, and this video is actually going up as the review embargo lifts. Now, I personally am not done with the game, and I am aiming to get a full review out by its actual release date up here on September 30th. That said, let's actually dive fully into this a bit. So the Evilise Chronicles version here is aiming to be an enhanced version of course, the original game. Now, that's important to mention because there was another remake, I believe, for the PSP called The War of the Lions. From what I understand, this version incorporates some of that via things like the War of the Lions translation that they put a lot of work into, but I don't believe it fully encompasses all of the content that was added there. Now, on top of that, though, in addition to the enhanced version, they actually did also include the original version in here that basically makes as minimal amount of changes as possible from the 1997 version, outside of just, getting it running and everything. Personally, while I have played the original Final Fantasy Tactics, it was a very long time ago for starters, I have not played the War of the Lions at all. I'm not familiar with it, and so I can't really speak to that aspect too much, but obviously for the sake of this video and the review, I'm going to be focusing on the enhanced version. So let's talk about some of the stuff that's actually enhanced here. It is now fully voiced. They brought on a bunch of voice actors.
Fully voiced. Yeah, like that. What's the point of buying it if you don't fully voice it? The voice actors are saving your medium. It's so dumb. You can't redo the quality of your games because it would mess with with the foundation too much. So the one thing that you can add is good music, remasters, good voice, anything that has to do with the artwork of it.
Happen. In addition,
the game itself shouldn't change.
you a bunch of features designed to make the game a little more approachable. For starters, like
Going
a
competitive
tactical
healing.
top-down view to the individual maps, which can make selecting certain squares a lot easier. The game will auto save during battles. There is an adjustable
Good. That's good too.
difficulty. There's a speed up option, from what I understand.
Yeah, like a speed up, like slow battles.
So
yeah.
basically, the idea.
Yeah, FFXI is good about slow. You know, Final Fantasy 12 is still my favorite single player game of all time because you can switch between 1x, 2x, and 3x speed. Or I think it's 1, 3, and 5, actually. It's like 1, 3, and 5 or something like that. I don't know, 1, 2, and 3, I don't remember. But it's so much better in fucking super fast mode because any shitty walking that you have to do or any kind of like boring like walking, yeah, pretty much walking, anything walking goes by like a fucking lightning bolt. You're like, wow, that used to take me 5 minutes, took me 4 seconds, you know? Because the walking was the real problem with a lot of these games. The developers just don't want to admit that they all sell walking simulators.
The enhanced edition will be more approachable for people looking
especially Death Stranding
today, which is
especially fucking Hideo Kojima really doesn't want to admit that he sells some glorified fucking. I'm in a death match. No, I don't want to be in a death match. No, leave game. Yeah, I mean, Hideo Kojima acted like he wasn't selling a walking sim. Mega Man is a fucking walking sim. Super Metroid is a walking sim. Yoshi's Island is a walking sim. Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, they're all walking sims. And so you guys, like, you know, maybe you should speed up the walking, huh? Because we're all humans, and trust me, I walk 5 miles a day. You don't believe me, motherfucker? I'll pull it right now. I walk 5 miles a day, and I don't need that in a fucking video game. That's one of those things like inventory space that you could get better, but you don't because you think realism equals some kind of real life thing. But no, you just need to make little, like, look, I walked 5.82 miles today. It's hard to see it, but it's upside down because I can't turn my watch upside down without turning it off. It's so fucking annoying. But yes, there you go. Turn it back on. There you go. See it? 5.82 miles, bitch. Did you walk 6 miles? I don't think you did. So, like, you know, and the whole thing about it is I do that in the real life. I really don't need it in the fucking video games. I play Final Fantasy 11. I've walked the most anybody's ever walked in video games. More than old school RuneScape or WoW players. I play Final Fantasy 11. And I'm very, very aware that I've walked more than anybody else in the fucking community. I'm aware of it. I can't think of a worse game than Final Fantasy XI for walking, and I've played them all. There's not some weird fringe game like EverQuest or Old School RuneScape that I haven't played. Final Fantasy XI has the worst walking of all games, and it's the one that I'm best at because I understand the walking sim. To me, you know, that's a price I'm willing to pay.
Who has been meaning to get around to adding Final Fantasy Tactics to my list of reviews.
Tactics is good, but I don't need a return to Tactics. I need a return to Tactics being good, and so I probably won't buy this game.
It is one people ask me about a fair bit. Otherwise, let's...
I'm good at these games, but they're a little too milsim for me.
Talk about the basics. So if you've never played Final Fantasy...
You need a tank. You need a healer, you need a bard, you need a dragoon, you need probably a dark knight. It's just like Final Fantasy 11 except 2D, you know. Man, this queue sucks.
Tactics before. It tells the story of a series of wars and conflicts that took place in the Final Fantasy setting of Ivalice, which just happens to be my favorite setting they've used personally, by the way. But following an exhausting war called the 50-Year War, Ivalice is trying to recover and is falling prey to a number of problems, not the least of which are things like bandits and economic strife. This, coupled with the fact that their king is about to die, leads to a war between two nobles known as The Lion's War. As you'd probably expect, this takes some twists and turns along the way, but in our case, we play as the character, or at least in part as the main character, Ramza, a member of a noble house who's on his way to becoming a knight and is obviously, like everybody else, doing the best he can to cope with all of these sudden changes. You are joined by your friend, Delita, a commoner
Yay,
who has
rep.
basically just been with you the whole time, and then, of course, you're going to be joined by several
Amar
others
rep.
across the story, but also you can recruit regular old mercenaries that you can outfit and equip via the game's job system. So obviously, being a tactics game, the tactical strategy battles are at the heart.
Yeah, like I like tactics, but I don't need Final Fantasy Ivalice Chronicles. I don't need Final Fantasy Tactics. I did when I was 15 years old. But the games that I played when I was 15 years old are now these kids' main releases or whatever. I don't need to replay these games. I've beaten all of them.
A lot of that takes the form of the very...
I've beaten Tactics. I've beaten all of these little games. And you think I'm going to talk about Final Fantasy, but I'm not. I'm going to talk about Tactics. My favorite Tactics game is, what is it? It's something story. It's not Vagrant Story. It's, oh, God, what is it? Tactics games on the PS2 or PS1. PS1 Tactics games, right? There's Ogre Tactics. There's a lot of them. But, yeah, I'm looking for, Arc the Lad is pretty good. But, I'm looking for, what is the Tactics game that I'm thinking of? I can't think of it. I better pay attention. I better turn on some Final Fantasy music, huh? Let's listen to Final Fantasy VI OST. No, I want to go to videos. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. I played so many of these, XCOM and all that. Arc the Lad 2. Vandal Hearts, there it is. It's not Vagrant Hearts, it's Vandal Hearts. You know why I trip up on the title? Because there was Vagrant Hearts by Square Enix, and then there's Vandal Hearts by Konami. Fucking Konami. That's a good company. no harm. What? What? Kill him! Oh. Oh! They got it. 69, bitch! Go harm! Excuse me, I gotta go get my cat. I'll be right back. Good kitty. Thank you for coming. Good kitty. You're learning to do this so well. I'm sorry. You're trying to eat. Never mind. I'll leave you be. You're good. You go right ahead and eat, kitty. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Okay. That was a good match. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Re-queue. I'm going to turn it way down. Like way, way, way down. There we go. I don't want to bother my cat.
autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
Good kitty.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Ooh, that was probably an LSI or something nice. What? Kill him. Fucking kill him. What? Oh, I got stunned. I got stunned. Nice. What? Good shit.
Mm. They might go Zarya.
Oh God, please, 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 please. 2 in a row, baby. That's rare for Overwatch.
This job system. Now, some characters you can recruit through the story do actually have unique jobs, but for the most part, there's a set number of them that you'll have access to, like Squire, Knight, Black Mage, White Mage, the usual stuff. This is important for a couple of reasons, because you have your regular level and then your job level. Your regular level gets base stat increases based on the job you were in when you got it. On top of that, however, while you can switch to any job you've met the qualifications for, which is usually prerequisite levels and other stuff, completing successful actions in combat with that job equipped gives you job points that you can then spend on the various abilities that are unique to that job. Once unlocked, despite whatever job you have equipped at the time, you'll be able to equip these individual abilities to your various ability slots. Now, the catch to this is you can use the main sort of thing or mechanic from the job you have equipped and then one other one that you know. So, for instance, if you have the White Mage abilities or the Black Mage abilities, you could equip White or Black Magic in addition to your current job. And that's on top of any passive support or reactionary abilities that you have learned independently of the main mechanic of each job. So, as you could probably tell just with that brief description, there is a lot of depth to this just in terms of what you can do with an individual character between recruits, unique characters with their own thing going on, and that's even before you start introducing the other mechanics. Like there is a point in this game at which you will be able to use summons or espers. It's been a little while, but I'm like 95% sure you get to ride or mount chocobos in this. But at any rate, once you've kind of parsed through all that and brought yourself into combat is, as you would probably expect from when the game was made, a little on the simpler side as far as TRPGs go, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But basically, you can move and take an action every turn. Now, there's a couple jobs, like I believe the ninja lets you attack twice, that kind of thing. But for the most part, an action and a movement, and they don't have to necessarily be in any particular order. You can do either one of them first. But while that is the case, you also have to take into account things like elevation, enemy positioning, because a lot of magic abilities, as an example, have the ability to target either the actual target or the tile space that that target is on, and so positioning matters there, of course, because there is friendly fire and enemy healing, so you can use a cure spell on your guys, but if another enemy is in the way of that, they will also just get healed by it. So positioning does matter a lot, and so knowing your place in the turn order, or when you go to cast magic, there's always a bit of a delay on it. The more powerful the magic, the longer it takes to cast typically, so you have to be aware of not only your turn when you cast those abilities, but also all of the people who are going to get a turn in between those two things, and that's all the kind of stuff you have to be thinking about while everything else is going on. Now, I suppose either good or bad news there is you can outgrind the story. So from what I've played and noticed so far, it looks like the random battles will scale to whatever the highest level of the character you are using in that battle is, whereas it looks like the story does not currently do that. So the story just has like a set level per encounter that you can out-level, and then the random encounters are a little more balanced to keep you, I suppose, leveling up, and of course grinding both materials and gold and stuff to spend on upgrades via the stores. Because outside of combat, you'll be able to wander along set lines for travel, where you can have potential random battles when you cross a wilderness area, but then in town, you'll be able to do a few things. Mostly, of course, outfit your characters via the gear they can wear that is available per job they have equipped, or you can go to the tavern and pick up rumors, which can lead you to little side stuff that you can discover, of course, but also eventually errands. I'm not quite there in the game just yet, but errands are essentially like little missions you can send your idle people to go complete for rewards, which gives the people you're not using something to do, as you can have, I believe it's up to 50 people recruited at any given time. Famously, you can recruit Cloud if you jump through a few hoops to do so, mind you. So putting all that together for a first impressions, I'm having a lot of fun with it so far. I've still got a lot to do. Again, my goal is to get the actual review out by the release date, and while I get some people will inevitably be upset that it doesn't include stuff from the War of the Lions version, it does look like they've added a a ton of features and options here to try to make this as sort of seamless for new people to jump into and experience the story of the world of e-release. And to my mind, it does look like they're putting some serious effort here. And I'm looking forward to playing through the rest of it before giving you a final word when I finish the review. But that is going to do it for today. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. If you did, like, comment, subscribe on YouTube, Jazz. Let me know how you feel about all this down in the comment section below. But regardless of any of that, truly, just thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. May you wander in wisdom and have an amazing day.
By the government on free speech that I've seen it.
What was that? Nice, they got them all though. Never mind. Never mind. Come on, baby. We can get this. You left me Stijay or whatever your name is. Stogie. You left me Stogie. Oh, not too good. Yeah, there's no standing it. What the fuck is that? And he bit it. Oh, we gotta get out of it. Not too good. Oh, god damn it. Get kills. More like get kills. Get kills.
My lifetime. Yeah, that's a...
What? Damn it, we had that. No. I'm gonna get off this game now. It's gotten toxic. These guys have like 4 kills. The last game we had like 225. These guys have 25. It's a big fucking difference, Blizzard. Just gonna hold out here. Fuck this guy. I can't believe he got tackled by him. Oh my god, I walked into the fucking Reaper. Kill the tank. Relax, kitty. Oh god, I can get him. Oh! Great. What? Oh boy. Bye. Worthless 4-kill bitch. How do I go from 235 kills to 20? Like, it's weird. Fucking Blizzard and their fucking psychotic fucking ride. Blizzard and their fucking psychotic ass ride. I swear to God, I have no idea. Like, I have no idea what they're on when I go in there. I'm like, okay, do we have a competent team? Or do we have somebody who can't even get 4 kills? Which one is it? It's one or the other. I would never, you could never pay me to play comp. Or so yeah, like actually, I'm sorry, I play comp, but I mean like compete in comp. I would never ever compete in comp because there's so much bullshit and cheating and cocksuckers and losers that I wouldn't ever say the winner was worth anything. That's kind of how I feel about Ninja now. Is yeah, I don't think those wins are worth anything. After I've seen the scene for as long as I have, I think most people when they win is some kind of weird cheating. Be it win trading or some other shit, I don't know. It's weird how we go from rando 245 kills, I pulled fucking 17 without trying on Mercy, to like fucking 4 kills and I'm trying on Mora and I've thrown fucking 5 coalescences. And it's weird because it's Blizzard. It's Blizzard's weird shithead fucking problems. And I don't really want to be around them anymore. Might cancel Blizzard off of my list completely. I let Overwatch go there for like what, 5 months or something, 6 months. I came back hoping that I could heal, but most of the time before I can heal, some Blizzard fuckery happens. I'll be right back. Yeah, we can cuddle for like 5 minutes or something like that, Kitty. If you want. If and you want. Oh, I'm done with my mithril? Yeah, I am done with mithril. Sell. 3801. Ah. Okay, let's buy some mithril. I will turn on.
It's a crazy thing for Jake Tapper to say. Your liberal normie coworkers thinking this way requires you to go, hey, by the way, there's actually, a lot worse shit happening as well. Just so you know, if you're pissed off about Jimmy Kimmel, wait till you find out about this or that.
Yeah, I don't care about
Jake
Jimmy
Tapper
Kimmel.
knows about Mahmoud Khalil. Anyway, now let's move on to some domestic incidents.
My microphone got moved.
Okay? No, I'm not going to watch PlayStation State of Play. Don't be crazy. All right. Jimmy Kimmel. We're going to be talking about Jimothy Kimmel. Okay? Jimothy Kimmel defends free speech, takes aims at Trump in Return to Late Night Show. And obviously, there's a lot to talk about on this front. I think it's like, it's just, there were parts of it that I thought was so lame. Fred doesn't even put a dent in all Hasana's done.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to cuddle for 5 minutes?
Let's talk
I
about
have a
Jimothy
kitty.
Kimmel. For those of you who don't know, Jimmy Kimmel was taken off the air due to pressure from the administration in a direct violation of the First Amendment. The FCC does not have any power over the content beyond like censorship over slurs and things like that. And yet the head of the FCC, Brendan Carr, who in the past had openly admitted that the FCC has no power for censorship due to the political nature of the commentary, decided to take unprecedented action and say, well, we don't like this guy, we don't like what he had to say, and his like incredibly timid monologue about Donald Trump not really giving a shit about Charlie Kirk's, and said we're going to do this the easy way or the hard way when referencing Jimmy.
Good kitty.
Kimmel's monologue and demands to take him off the air. Let's take a look at what has taken place since then.
Again, Jimmy Kimmel, he is back on late night TV. I know you've heard about this nearly a week after Disney suspended him after an outcry over his comments about the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk. Now, in his monologue, Jimmy Kimmel did not apologize. He took some jabs at his critics, but he was still off the air in several cities where dozens of ABC affiliates refused to run the show. Jonathan Bigliotti has more from Los Angeles. Jonathan, good morning to you. I can't wait to hear the reaction to his return last night.
And Gail, good morning to you. Last night's show was emotional. It was passionate. Ultimately, it was a tribute to free speech. Jimmy Kimmel has hosted nearly 4,000 shows. Last night's was perhaps his most consequential.
Cried, bro. He cried. On the one hand, it is a direct shot.
Yeah, it's a direct shot. Yeah.
Being in the
At both him and
administration,
free speech. Yeah.
is not great.
Fucking shit at it. It is a direct shot at him and free speech. Yeah.
Your financial status looks like. Okay. On the other hand, I can't, as someone who said, I defend Jimmy Kimmel vociferously, unconditionally, it does piss me off a little bit. It makes me a little bit resentful, because while it's good that public pushback caused the corporate overlords to reconsider leaning into the administration's ridiculous demands, I wish that level of discontent would be applied to issues of issues of consequence beyond a popular.
Beer, I'm gonna get some water.
Getting taken off his late night show. Make no mistake, I'm not saying this is irrelevant, okay? I'm not saying that at all.
Greeted by chants and a
no one's going to be as hyper aggro as you. You're not right. There are plenty of people who are just as understanding of the severity of the crisis that we're tasked with communicating. They just don't live in America. Americans are not all there. Your hate for the libs is a bit much. Not everyone is as dedicated as you or how much you would like it to be. Jimmy is kind of a normie. Can a man not say there are also in the exact same vein, there are also other victims that are being unjustly prosecuted by this administration in the exact same way. Just because many liberals don't give a shit about that doesn't change that reality. My goal is to try and get those people to understand that Mahmoud Khalil is also important. Okay? We cannot just drop those who are more defenseless than the likes of Jimmy Kimmel. That's it. Because if this administration is still reactive to the pressure campaigns that are launched, and if corporations are still reactive to the pressure campaigns that are launched, okay, then obviously when there is a lack of pressure against certain groups of people, when they are also unjustly prosecuted for their First Amendment, for exercising their First Amendment right to speech, then you're basically training the government to think, yeah, it's okay if we just clap a couple migrants. Immigrants are not worthy of the same protections. That only allows the administration to directly erode the First Amendment, and they will come after American citizens once again. They shouldn't come after non-citizens, regardless. The Constitution protects them as well. This was a perfect demonstration of my anger as well, where CNN Jake Tapper went on the Seth Meyers show and said it was pretty much the most direct infringement by the government on free speech that I've seen in my lifetime.
All right, Jimmy Kimmel, he's a friend of both of ours.
Yeah.
You know him, I know him. We know he's a good person. Obviously, this news is very exciting. But what was your original take on how this all went down starting last week?
I mean, I thought it was
Hi.
pretty much the most direct infringement by
You're
the
okay.
government on free speech that I've seen in.
I don't think she likes the sound. Yep, she's like, oh, you turned it off? Yep. She doesn't like the sound. We don't have to listen to this, kitty, if you don't like it. Oh, hello, kitty. Yeah, you just want silence, huh? Okay. Yeah, I understood it. Yeah, I understand what you want, kitty. Don't worry. Yeah, you. And I have these greasy fingers. I have hummus fingers. I'm sorry. And I rubbed it into your fur. I know. You hate that. You hate I rub these greasy fingers all over you, huh? Greasy fingers all over you. Oh, kitty. Know what? Kitty butt. Know why? Kitty thigh. Know why? Kitty thigh. Know why? Kitty butt. Know why? Kitty thigh. Know why? Kitty butt. Know what? Kitty butt. Know why? Kitty thigh. Know why? Kitty thigh. What is it, Fortnite birthday? Why does it look like a fucking weird, like, ice cream donut? I'm gonna take this gas station and scare the shit out of my kitty when I get angry and get shot. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna get angry and get shot. I'm gonna use my imagination to live until I'm the last person. There, that guy, he thinks he's better than me. You're not better than me, bitch. Give me this fucking gun. You're stupid. You're stupid. What are you doing? You're so dumb. Thank you. Yeah, kitty, I can touch you. Oh, kitty, I can touch you and kill people at the same time. In this video game. It's every gamer's dream. You can touch pussy and kill this idiot at the same time. Ooh, it's a cake. Oh, 8? Is Fortnite 8 years old? That's all that's all it is? What's that? Man, is No Man's Sky older than Fortnite? Man. Bing bong. Bing bong, bing bong, bing. Oh. Stay out of my vision, bitch. Oh, what's that? Oh, look, it's a hireling. What do you mean I'm poor? Oh, I spent all that money rezzing people in multiplayer, yeah. My cat was like, what are all these feelings you're feeling? I killed him, I guess. I killed that guy somehow. I don't know how I killed him. He fell down a cliff or something dumb, but I killed him. It rewarded me for his death. I don't know why. It's a frenzy shotgun. I can't use it. I'll use it over this. Yeah, what's up, bitch? Fuck was that? Fuck was that? Run for your life. I need a car or something. Yes, run for your fucking life. Badonk-a-donk to the car. Yep, he's firing at me. Badonk. Yep, you can't catch me now. Oh. Wait. Is he healing? He fucking better not be. Yeah, bitch, I see you, bitch. Yeah, what's up? So annoying. My Thank you. No! I hit the wrong button! What was this? I'm sorry, I shot a guy with a chain gun 70, 90 times. Sorry, guys. He's Terminator. He took 90 shots. It was like 90 shots, motherfucker, most of them. Then another 40 or something. How much damage did you take, you fucking cocksucker? How much damage did you take? I put an entire chain gun into this cocksucker, an entire goddamn chain gun mag. Most of the rounds hit. And when he attacked me, I die instantly. And I don't know why, and I'll tell you why. Because in piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developer land, that guy wins. But I mean, that's a damage calculation in 2025. A piece of shit, brain dead developer land. That guy who I just dumped a chain gun into his car, every hit landed. You saw the blue pop as I took his arm and his health all the way down to 5. Every hit landed. Then he shot me twice and I was dead. And I'll tell you why. Because piece of shit developer is gonna suck that fucking dick. Oh, piece of shit developer is gonna suck that fucking damage calculation dick. You know they are. You know they are. Just saying. What the fuck was that, man? I had that one dead to rights that I emptied a chain gun into him. What the fuck? Like, I'm sorry, but motherfucker, you piece of shit developer. I don't care if he's got armor or not. I dumped an entire goddamn chain gun mag into him every round. What the fuck's wrong with you? Get your damage calculation. When a chain gun hits you, piece of shit developer, do you really think it does 6 damage? 6 damage. No, it's a chain gun. If you don't like chain guns, don't put them in your fucking game. Piece of shit cocksucker developer. Chain gun is a chain gun. Doesn't matter. It's the same damage as a 9mm. How many times do you hear rappers talk about, I got shot 5 times, something like that? I just shot that motherfucker 90 times. What the fuck's wrong with you? Piece of shit developer, what the fuck's wrong with you? This is why I used to think Rust was the best game. It's because the damage actually counts. Oh, I hit him? Here it comes, bitch. Ditch. Fucking bitch. Balloons. Balloons. What did they do? What did they do? Nice. Can I jump? I can jump. I won't die. I won't die. Take 2 balloons and we'll go... Hup. Nice. I can't die. Yeah. Balloons. Balloons. Wait, there was a chest in there. I need to see what it is because I don't have any ammo. I like balloons. Balloons are fun. I wish it had changed the map though. The map's getting boring. Somebody's shooting at me. I'll take that thing now. What's this now? You think you can challenge me? I will kill you. Reaper X64. It's a bot. Another bot. Ooh, I'm gonna do this thing on the balloon. I don't know. Do I take all that? Yeah, I do. I take all that, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Balloon. Why didn't I have a balloon? That's dumb. It blew the balloon. Why? Wait, that one's bigger. Megazord activated. There it is. I shall skate on the bridge, and I shall run the razor line up the bridge. Yep, what's up, bitch? Oh, I thought it was a player. I was like ready to fight him. I was like, "What's up, bitch?" Did you hear me say it? I was like, "What's up, bitch?" I said it as I like came. Ah. Why can't you turn around? You're so annoying. Go upwards. You're so annoying. Go upwards. There you go. Yeah, like, go up this thing. You're so dumb. Wait, you went all the way too far. Oh, God. Please. Yes. I was like, no, my life is in my hands. I must use a balloon or I will die. I will die. I will die. I was hoping to get to the top so I could shoot that guy. Yeah, shoot that guy. No, shoot the guy. I sent the balloon off for some reason. No, just go back up. No, go back up. Actually, I don't mind riding this thing. It's kind of fun. Or I don't know, I'll take a bug to some idiot. Let's take a bug to an idiot. What happens if you balloon and then bug? Balloon. I should have just jumped out. I'm learning not to fight these people point blank. They're just too nasty. Fuck them. Don't fight them point blank. They can just end it. They get desperate and they just shoot you in the face. That guy. I want him. Oh, look, it's a whole thing. Yeah? Are you here? Well, this is mine now. Oh, that's not too good. You little bitch. Where'd you go? I will drain this thing, I don't care. Fuck you. I want to land on his helicopter. Where is he? Oh, he's way up there. Fuck this guy, I'll shoot him down. That's right, bitch. Fuck that guy. Balloon first. Reload. Maybe I can get some long shots of these guys. Where are they? There's more guys. Where are these guys, though? Did that end? No, this is... Yeah, that's a bigger threat to me here. This guy's coming straight for me. Fuck these guys. You let me hit him like 5 times. I don't know why. Yeah, I am gonna kill you, bitch. If you're a demo or if you're a bot, then he is a bot. Look, he's a bot. Fucking so annoying. Here's my bug. The fuck was that? Fucking idiot. You can hear me say it. I'm like, fucking idiot. I'm gonna get him. This is a good gun, but I'm out of ammo. I'm out of ammo with that gun too, though. God damn it. Ah, your ammo shouldn't be a fucking thing. It should always be like 250 rounds. You're dumb. Let everybody get their chance at winning and being king of the mountain. You're dumb. Balloons everywhere. I like the balloons. It's actually fun to travel around like this. I don't know. Yeah, I think the balloons are better. Yeah, the balloons are way better mobility. Can you oh, to release. You can left control to release. Okay. I will like fucking marksman with this pistol. $9,000 bots. I'll take it though. I'll take that. Yep. I think I'll probably take that over. Oh, what the fuck was that? Whoa. Bye. You weren't capable. You weren't. Sorry. Blade Blaster. What's that? Oh, yeah, this thing. No heals in this whole thing or anything like that? Nothing at all, huh? Fucking annoying. I should probably take that gun. It's dumb. It's probably better than this gun, really. And I'll just limit myself, because this gun doesn't work. I need, like, balloons, I think. I think I need balloons. Yeah, balloons was better. Balloons is probably better, yeah. What's that? It's a... Oh, that's a nice hyper-burst pistol. That's even better. That'll kill anything at any range, really. There, that's better than that. Oh, I don't know. This is a good gun. This is probably a better gun than that, though. I don't know what I should do. I need to get towards the storm. It's like Once Human. They've been playing Once Human with me. I like Once Human. Oh. I see you, bitch. Not dumb. I'm gonna take this thing just because it's a ride out of here. 3 left, 6 down, 3 up. Wish me luck. I mean, I need that ammo. Don't need the ammo, no. I know where he is. I'm just gonna go to it. Please. What? Come on, man! Oh, please. He wouldn't leave me alone. Where's the other guy? Where's the other fucking guy? Why are you running into the storm, you jackass? Why? He's been hanging out in the storm. What is he doing? You can't do that. Fucking idiot. He's 5 health. What? Fucking jackass. Fuck you, Axel Salvador. Cocksucker. Fuck you. fuck was that goddamn jack off fucking piece of shit? What the fuck was that? Come on, man. He followed me without a balloon faster than I could run with a balloon. Around a corner and up a hill. He ran up a hill faster than me. How? Because he's cheating or some bullshit. I think so. It's fucking bullshit. How did that guy chase me with no balloon faster than I could get up a hill? How? How did you do it? I don't know, but you suck a lot of dick, Salvador. Cocksucker. You suck a lot of dick.
My lifetime.
Yeah. That's a crazy thing for Jake Tapper to say. Your liberal normie coworkers thinking
God
this way
damn it.
requires you to go, hey, by the way, there's actually, a lot worse shit happening as well. Just so you know, if you're pissed off about Jimmy Kimmel, wait till you find out about this or that. Jake Tapper knows about Mahmoud Khalil. He knows about Rameza Öztürk. He knows about Mohsen Mahdawi. He knows about numerous non-citizens with documentation, okay? Migrants with a proper documentation to be here, getting locked up, detained. Do you understand? He knows that. He's covered it.
Yeah, but networks are allowed to cancel shows. It happens all the time. But this was the FCC chairman saying...
Third place on a piece of shit that fucking... Come on, man. I jumped out long before he got there, and he caught me somehow. I had the balloons. He didn't. How did he catch me? I'll tell you how. The piece of shit developer either let him cheat or let him do something fucking bullshit. How did he catch me? He did not have balloons. That guy did not have balloons. How did he run up the fucking hill faster than me? Goddamn worthless piece of shit Fortnite cheaters. What the fuck was that? I knew he couldn't run faster than me. I was like, watch this. I'll run him and I'll fucking shoot him. But nah, he caught me before I could land, even though I had balloons and he didn't. And that's how you know it's a fucking cheater or some kind of bullshit ass cocksucker. Some kind of fucking loser. Come on, man. I had a balloon. He didn't. I jumped out. He didn't. I was up the hill. He wasn't. And he caught me before I fucking landed. Because either your design or he is bullshit. One or the other. It's not because I was in the wrong. It's because either the developer and that piece of shit are in the fucking wrong. One or the other. You can see it. I jumped out, balloon. I was like, I'm fine. I'm ballooning out of this. And he was like, nah, I catch you. With what, motherfucker? You don't have anything. You don't have balloons. You didn't hammer. Nothing, motherfucker. You can't get up that hill faster than me. You can't. I was up that huge hill so much faster than him. And it's like, motherfucker, fuck you, piece of shit cheaters. How did you get up that hill? You didn't have a bug body or balloons. How the fuck did you get up that hill? There was no hammer, nothing. You didn't do anything. How the fuck did you get faster? You got to the ground under my feet. Faster than when I ballooned up and out from where you fucking attacked me under the bridge. The troll under the bridge landed before I did, even though I had balloons. It's like so dumb. Fucking troll under the cocksucker bridge. Fucking troll under the cocksucker bridge caught me either because the developers suck dick or the trolls suck dick. One or the other. Oh. Please move. Please move. Please move. Nope. Perfect high center. Thanks, developer. Thanks for this. Thanks for this. I really like you, developer. Let me tell you how I feel about you. Goddamn, first thing I do is catch their first goddamn bug. Fuck was that? Fuck was that?
time for you to...
These fucking guys, man. Before I can even do anything, before I can get out from under cover, they've shot me for 180 damage. And I don't really fucking understand it. I don't understand it. Like, how do they fucking do that? Like, how do they fucking pull out, like, 90 their first fucking hit every time? I'm like, let me take cover now. You've taken my entire bar. And it's like, nah. So I go from 3rd to 78, which is like, yeah, I wonder, that seems normal.
Say you're not going to air Kimmel anymore, and then Nexstar, with the largest owner of local affiliates, needs approval from Brendan Carr himself to let this merger go through. Yes, sir. How high do you want me to jump, sir? They do it, and it's just insane. Yeah, just insane.
It is I mean, I'm certainly, we don't know the details as we're talking about, you know, if any sort of agreement was reached, or if ABC just is sort of like, you know, there's an error in judgment, but I sort of look forward to seeing, obviously, how Jimmy responds. That'll be the most interesting piece of this.
Yeah, and, well, look, I don't know why Disney and Bob Iger ultimately made the right decision and stood for free speech. They didn't initially, and that would have been the second example, because we all saw what happened with our friend Stephen Colbert and Sherry Redstone and Paramount with a different merger and a different pressure point that the government has. And we'll see what happens when they come for Comcast, for Warner Brothers Discovery, and maybe you and I will be drawing comic books.
I'm worried about you.
Mahmoud Khalil was thrown in prison for 3 months for protesting Gaza, and the day ABC pulled Kimmel off the air for 2 episodes, a judge upheld Khalil's deportation. Rumeza Öztürk was kidnapped off the street and imprisoned for writing an op-ed on Gaza. I feel like I'm going insane, says Adam Johnson. The class solidarity in this clip could power the sun for trillions of years is truly obscene. The most important rule to avoid all of these hazards, per usual, is to first and foremost make sure you are in the club. First, they came for the Gaza protesters, and I said nothing because I'm a racist company man who mostly thinks it's coming. The Biden administration also did this to Sam Husseini, for example. This was under the Biden administration. This was a direct attack on free press, on press freedom, on press freedoms, and that wasn't also covered. That also did not see the same level of scrutiny. Okay, now I understand how people operate. Okay, I understand how people operate. Jimmy Kimmel not only is a very famous guy, but Jimmy Kimmel was also taken off the air for expressing the most timid analysis
of this entire affair. Fuck was that? What was that?
Of course, it is a lot easier for people to see themselves in that perspective. My job here is to try and explain to you that if you also recognize right from wrong, if you also understand what's going on in Gaza is unconscionable, as many Americans do, the majority of Americans do, then recognize that this level of prosecution,
what is he shooting at?
Is the same exact erosion of liberty.
What's going on?
Of the freedom of,
oh, there's this guy here. What the fuck?
You have that will inevitably come and knock on your door. Okay? I'm not just going to sit here and be like, they don't see non-white people as people or whatever. Okay? I'm not going to say that. But this is a good opportunity for people to try and recenter the conversation against the people that are expressing popular discontent that this administration is trying to pack up.
It was a triumphant return for late night host Jimmy Kimmel.
I'm happy to be here tonight with you.
An emotional Kimmel took the stage for the first time since his nearly week-long suspension following the comments he made about the attack.
It's true. It's because it's not a very good way to galvanize liberals, okay? That's why. Sometimes you have to manage the way you talk about this stuff. I know people will get mad and be like, oh, don't be inoffensive to the racist sensibilities of liberals or whatever, but like, when you are trying to convince people, sometimes it's better to use honey
Tax
than vinegar, you know?
Honey
of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
And it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
I don't think there's anything funny about it. In his monologue, Kimmel took aim at his critics, saying he felt lucky to live in a country where he could speak freely.
This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this.
I want to see the whole monologue. I want to watch the entire thing here. The OG video, I think, has like 17 million views or something. Unsubbing, I require ultra-leftism 24/7. I never leave my house, though, because outside is too capitalist. Yes. Thank you.
Outside is too capitalist. Outside is too capitalist. Outside is too capitalist, damn it. That's a really good fucking, like, slogan. There's a quote.
I will say this much, okay? Liberal breaking it. What is this? Jimmy Kimmel is back? Wait, what the fuck? It starts off here? Okay, listen to me, listen to me. Mainstream liberal voices' inability to address egregious violations of the First Amendment when the targets are people that they don't consider to be important is truly an issue, because it allows the permission structure of the administration to expand. These guys didn't go after Jimmy Kimmel first, right? They went after those voiceless people first, or people that are not exactly considered. Do you understand? So when Seth Meyers or Jake Tapper or numerous other people like Chris Hayes, when they're having these conversations and they make it seem like this is the first shot against people's freedom of speech, they basically allow that permission structure to stay. They allow some targets to be valid. It is upon all of us to ensure that this is not the case. It's on all of us to talk about all of the other people that aren't, you know, famous millionaire comedians. And the reason why we have to do that is because this administration is not going to stop. Is it a better country to live in if your fucking neighbors who aren't super famous comedians get packed up for expressing popular discontent? Is that a better country to live in? No. So it is upon all of us, especially those with a platform of prominence that speak to a lot of these liberals, to also correct the record. Do you see what I mean?
News on Jimmy Kimmel and autism.
Jimmy Kimmel coming back to late night television.
ABC chose to bring back their low rating nighttime host. We are in for a monologue that will be a marker in late night show history.
It's going to be in the moment. Yeah, no question. A huge moment in American history.
It's one of the most pivotal moments in broadcast history.
He will be delivering what is being dubbed the most anticipated monologue in late night in years.
Change.
From Hollywood, it's Jimmy Kimmel Live. Today, Ben Powell and music from Sarah McLachlan.
When Jimmy Kimmel came out and was like, listen, I'm not the first person that this administration has done this to. I'm the person with the biggest profile that this administration has done this to. And therefore, we have to fucking keep up we have to keep resisting the administration. We are a nation of laws. We are a nation of rules. The First Amendment must be protected, and it must be protected not just for people like myself, but for people like Mahmoud Khalil as well, who on the day of my cancellation, on the day of my suspension, was slated to be deported. Like, that's crazy. Too pro-Palestine, no. I know, but like, this is a popular position, okay? People need to be more bold.
Anyway, as I was saying before I was interrupted, if you're just joining us, we are preempting your regularly scheduled encore episode of Celebrity Family Feud to bring you this special report. I'm happy to be here tonight with you. I'm not sure who had a weirder 48 hours, me or the CEO of Tylenol. It's been overwhelming. I've heard from a lot of people over the last 6 days. I've heard from all the people in the world over the
Nice. I'll take it. was that? What was that? What was that, motherfucker? What was that? I hit that guy dead on. What was that? Bad physics or something. What was that, motherfucker?